Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Gardner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Fauskado, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we serve in these chambers and in all our other areas of responsibility, we really want your approval. Most of all, we want to be pleasing to you. Yet there's something in us that tends to lean in the wrong direction. And no matter how good or ethical we want to be, we miss the target because we weren't really aiming at it in the first place. We were aiming in the wrong direction. Years ago, Robert Louis Stevenson wrote an allegory depicting the dual nature of our predicament. The good Dr. Jekyll in us is competing with the awful Mr. Hyde in us. Lord, there's a Jekyll and Hyde in us that you inspired the Apostle Paul to write about in Romans chapter 7, verses 14 through 20. He said that your standards are spiritually good, but in us, there's a corrupt nature. We don't do the good that we want to do. Instead, we do the things we don't want to do. Your word says in Galatians chapter 5, verse 17, our bad Mr. Hyde desires are against our good Dr. Jekyll desires. They are opposed to each other. A war goes on inside us. But through Paul, you gave us the solution. We find in Romans 7:25 that in surrendering to you, the struggle is lessened and the good in me prevails. Help us, Lord, to stay humbly submitted to you, that your standards will prevail, that your will be done in us and through us. My prayer is in the name of Jesus. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator, we have a couple of points of personal privilege this morning. I'd also note we have former Senator Randall Hardy with us on the south wall in the chamber. Welcome back. First point of privilege is to Senator Pittman. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Body, if you look around and look in front of us, we have a lot of young women who are pageant winners, pageant title holders. One of those is my daughter. And if I'm quite honest with this body, I will say that my opinion of pageants wasn't the most. I'd watched them when I was growing up. But once I became a pageant father, I think that's what we're called, I realized the rigor, the poise that these young girls are taught, the ability to speak, the ability to have talents and showcase those things in front of others, to understand what it means to be judged, right or wrong, and then to stand up to that challenge and answer questions about all types of things, all types of current events, and compete with each other. And you'll also notice there's a lot of different title holders. And what I've learned is that there are a lot of different what they call pageant platforms. You'll know Miss Universe, Miss America, those are two. You could think of them as 6A, 5A ball sometimes. There's just different pageants. And so when you see Miss Kansas, sometimes they have Miss Kansas of different titles. And this is the first annual event that they've organized just to bring awareness to the pageant world and for this body to understand that they're all working towards different causes to help their communities. And I'm going to introduce just a few that are from around the state. And I'm going to introduce a few that are up here on the front, and then just read out what the tribute is, and then we'll give them a round of applause here. First up, we've got 10 individuals up front. Two are the organizers of this particular Crown the Capitol Day. First is Miss American Royal Beauty, Elegant Miss Kansas, Sabrina Darley. Go ahead and stand up if you would. Second is American Royal Beauty, Mrs. Kansas, co-chair of the Crown the Capitol, Tammy Allen. And then we have Miss Wheelchair Kansas, Marcy Claire, if you could wave. We've also got Little Miss Wheelchair, Leslie Lane, as well as National Miss Amazing Teen, Christina Guerrero. There you go. In the back, we've got the littlest one back there, Marjorie Jean Lyons. You can see her in the back in the yellow. She's 3 years old. As we go down the list, we have Annika Wooten of Miss Sedgwick County. Also, I think it was Miss Kansas 2020 and Miss Kansas 2019 for Miss Universe, Miss America. There you go. I'm still bad at this. They have Brenna Darley, Miss First City Volunteer. We have Wendy Adams, Pay It Forward Pageants, Kansas State Queen of Queens. And then my little girl, Sloan Pittman, American Royal Miss Kansas Sunflower Princess. And then we have everyone else. If you could stand up in the gallery. I'm going to go ahead and read what the tribute says, and we'll give them a round of applause. Whereas pageants have evolved in society as women's role in societies have evolved. And whereas women of all backgrounds in Kansas compete in pageants, and whereas these young women from ages 3 to the age of 59 are current title holders in Kansas, and whereas in turn these competitions empower women of all ages to realize their goals through experiences that build self-confidence and create opportunities for success, and whereas pageants offer a year-round opportunity for women to earn scholarships and grow personal networks, and whereas these competitors learn valuable life skills and career skills, and whereas these women are engaged in positively impacting Kansas civically, economically, and socially. Myself and the whole 2022 Senate recognize the achievement of these young girls and women and the impact they have on our communities, and offer our sincere commendations to those who compete in the various pageant platforms in our state, and congratulations to all title holders, especially those who go on to represent Kansas on the national and international levels. If we could, let's give these women a round of applause.
Ladies, welcome to the Kansas Senate. We're honored to have you guys here. Second point of personal privilege, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Guido.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my extreme honor to acknowledge Lieutenant Hatcher, who has kept us safe here at the state capitol, and our visitors for many, many years. He has decided to retire, and I'd like to say a few words about this extraordinary gentleman standing here on the Senate floor today, Mr. President. Lieutenant Hatcher was hired on with the Kansas Highway Patrol on 10/19/1998 as law enforcement officer assigned to Troop K Capitol Police. Lieutenant Hatcher has been with the Kansas Highway Patrol for approximately 24 years and is retiring on April 30th. Mr. President, he will actually, I believe on April 9th, he will be here on the state capitol grounds, making sure that everyone is safe for an Easter egg hunt. And Mr. President, in July of 2000, Lieutenant Hatcher was accepted on as a peer support team member for the patrol and has continued this assignment throughout his career. Also in 2000, Lieutenant Hatcher applied for a sergeant's position, interviewed, and was offered the position on 9/17 of 2000. Lieutenant Hatcher has continued to work third shift as a field sergeant. Unfortunately, Mr. President, a short time later, in 2004, the sergeant's position Lieutenant Hatcher held was being discontinued due to reassignments within the Troop K Capitol Police. Instead, Mr. President, instead of Lieutenant Hatcher being laid off, he decided to be demoted back to a law enforcement officer until 10/3/2010, and then he was promoted to the administrative lieutenant position. Lieutenant Hatcher has held that lieutenant position for more than 10 years and is the most senior lieutenant assigned to Troop K Capitol Police. Mr. President, as of 5/30/2017, Lieutenant Hatcher was reassigned as Troop K's administrative lieutenant to the Kansas State House as a field lieutenant director, where he remains today. And Mr. President, again, he will, his presence after April 30th will be truly missed. I want to say thank you for your service to the state of Kansas and to the Kansas Legislature of keeping us safe. And you've always, and personally from me, I want to say thank you for helping me find my keys, my glasses, and always giving me an encouraging word and a wonderful smile as we have entered through the visitors' interest there. And again, I just want to say thank you so much for your service. We don't really realize you're even there, but you are making sure that we are safe. And we wanted you to know that we see you today, and we wish you all the best in the future. Blessings and best wishes to you. And Mr. President and everyone who can hear, if you would stand and give this extraordinary man a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President and Lieutenant Hatcher.
Lieutenant Hatcher, thank you very much for your service. We will stand at ease for just a few minutes to allow some shifting in the gallery. Order and Chair recognizes the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and subject to amendment, debate, and roll call. House Bill 2644 and House Bill 2717.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. To carry House Bill 2644, Chair recognizes the Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I am excited about the opportunity to carry this bill today. House Bill 2644 was first introduced in the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs at the request of Representative Garber, and this bill came about as the result of a lot of hard work by numerous elementary school students from Healy Elementary, which is in my district, in Lane County, Sabetha Elementary, which is Representative Garber's district, and also 3 students from Valley Falls Elementary. These students gave wonderful testimony yesterday in the Senate Fed and State Committee, and I believe also before the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs. I just want to touch a little bit on what this bill is and what it does. This bill would designate the sandhill plum as the official state fruit of Kansas. 30 other states currently have a designated state fruit. We're all probably familiar with the Washington apple, the Florida orange, and the Georgia peach. And this bill would now give us the Kansas sandhill plum. The sandhill plum grows natively in sandy soils across the prairie. They believe that it's native to both Kansas and Oklahoma. And this sweet and tangy fruit is usually ripe in the late summertime in Kansas. And the reason...
If we could hold down the sidebar, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Return to you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the reason I know this is, as a child growing up in central Kansas, my mother would drag us out to the pasture to pick sandhill plums, 5-gallon buckets full of them. And we made countless batches of sandhill plum jelly, which is a very delicious, sweet, tangy jelly that is actually very popular across the state of Kansas and Oklahoma, I'm sure. So anyway, this bill, well, we heard testimony. I want to give some credit to these students who provided testimony in committee yesterday. We had Tegan O'Rourke from Healy Elementary. Let me just go through the list of them real quick here to give these students credit for their hard work, and they did such a great job providing that testimony. So we had Tegan O'Rourke, Harley Brown, Grant Stapleton, Eva Dieters, Emily Eaton, Hannah Huffman, Jake Minold, Peyton Burge, Tyson Detweiler, and Tanith Montgomery. And there were many other students across, I think, approximately 25 other elementary schools who also assisted in the process of choosing or selecting the sandhill plum as the fruit that should become the state fruit of Kansas. There was no opponent testimony to this, and I will stand for questions.
If you would, go ahead and make the motion, then we'll stand for questions on this one. Oh, wait, we've had the motion. We're all ready for questions. Questions, Senator from Douglas, San Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have traveled to pick sandhill plums and know that they are indeed delicious. Could the senator from Barton tell us approximately how many counties in Kansas have sandhill plums growing in them?
Senator from Barton.
I'm not entirely sure. I believe it is capable of growing natively across the state into southern Nebraska, southeastern Colorado, into Missouri. But they believe that Native American Indians were the ones who cultivated the fruit and spread it across the prairies.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope indeed it can be grown in every county, because if it's our state fruit, I think that would be one of the good reasons to support this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of the legislation, and after hearing from the young people that testified in favor of that being our state fruit, I want to ask the senator from Barton, what were some of the other ways that the fruit can be made or utilized for? Thank you.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, the sandhill plum can be used to make jams, jellies, wines, fruit pies. You can use it just about in any way you wish. It's a sweet and tangy fruit, much like other plums.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the senator from Barton, yesterday, she mentioned that I asked the children who did an outstanding job testifying. They've done better than some adults I've seen testify over the years, and so I give them kudos too. But I asked them if they brought samples, and they didn't. So, Mr. President, I just want to remind the senator from Barton she plans to bring me a jar of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions or comments? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the students for getting ahead on this state fruit because they've kept us all from going bananas. Thank you.
Further question or comment for Senator from Barton? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. To carry HB 2717, the chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2717 is a bill that was brought to us by our Attorney General as a result of a legislation or ordinance resolution that was passed in Wyandotte County, the Safe and Welcoming Act. House Bill 2717 adds some new definitions, and then it will also prohibit any municipality from enacting, implementing, or enforcing an ordinance or rule that prohibits or restricts law enforcement from interacting with immigration, ICE, or federal law enforcement when it comes to immigration. It also has some municipal identification card updates. This would prohibit municipal identification cards from being used to satisfy any state requirement, and it would also require any municipal ID to have put on it that this does not valid for a state ID. It would also amend criminal law to allow prosecution if someone was fraudulently carrying a valid or invalid municipal ID card. And there's also a provision in here that will strike on elections that that ID card would not be used for proof of residence. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Cherokee, Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hey, I don't watch TV, so I didn't see on the Oscars when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. But when I saw the replay, everybody's seen it, seen the replay, I just thought of the legislature being Will Smith to municipality government. Pow. I think we just do so many things to curb. I mean, we had one yesterday that took away power of the municipal. So, you know, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of a cool analogy, but nobody else seemed to think so, so that's okay.
Senator from Cherokee, you wish to respond?
Mr. Chairman, I do hope that that's just an analogy and that I'm not the Chris Rock. So.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the senator from Cherokee.
State your question.
Thank you. Regarding the utilization of the ID to vote, if he could share with us why he thinks that language is needed, because Currently, to register to vote, you've got to show a few credentials to register to vote in order to get your voter registration card in the mail to be eligible to go vote and show that proper ID. So just curious of understanding that this ID is simply to allow people to maybe cash a check and show who they are. And I don't think that they would be able to utilize that ID to vote anyway. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the good senator from Sedgwick's question. Currently in state statute, it lists identification document issued from a municipality. And because municipalities now are issuing identification documents to non-citizens, you have to be a citizen of the state of Kansas and of the United States in order to vote, and to use that card as proof that you are a U.S. citizen or a Kansas citizen would no longer be valid.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I appreciate the response, but I still stand on my statement. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think we all understand that our immigration system is broken, and we all wish the federal government would do their job and deal with it, but they haven't. And so that leaves our municipalities with a large immigrant communities to deal with the problems that this can cause the best that they can. After a 5-year process, Wyandotte County passed a safe and welcoming with a huge amount of buy-in from their community, including their police and the political leadership. It allows people to get municipal IDs and make sure that those applying are not immediately turned over to ICE. It does not apply to criminal behavior, and it does not allow people to vote. Immigration status is a civil violation, not a criminal one. And many people are in mixed families, but our broken immigration system keeps everyone in the family in the gray area where they're afraid to go to the police or access municipal services, that it could lead to their uncle or their father getting deported. Safe and welcoming is a kind of local solution to a local problem that we should hold up as an example. It's democracy in action. The state should not come in and upset all of this careful work, and I urge you all to vote no.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing that I would add is kind of going back to the senator from Sedgwick's, this bill does not make a municipal ID card invalid. It just states what it is intentionally intended for. So just states that it's not a valid use for a state ID.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. I support House Bill 2717. I provided some testimony in committee and just wanted to share a little bit of that here, if I may. We're all aware that the preamble to the United States Constitution says that we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. And if we are to secure the blessings of liberty and establish justice, as the Constitution says, it is important that the law is being upheld throughout our state. However, from time to time, for some reasons or others, we have other units of government that sometimes do not. If we are serious about protecting our liberty, we must allow law enforcement agencies the power to do their job, to do their duty, and to ensure that voters have trust in our government and our law enforcement as well. So it's really an issue. This bill is about the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people. So the power to secure our national borders is a federal power, and the power to enforce our state laws is a state power. And we need to have our laws enforced as written. And for that reason, I strongly support House Bill 2717 and thank the Attorney General for bringing it to the legislature and for his hard work on this bill, and do strongly rise in support of it. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. My apologies. I stand in support of 2717. I was at a meeting last night, and it was quite interesting. You might not be aware that there is an effort going around trying to verify the voter rolls. And one of the ladies that had gone door to door knocked on a door and was told specifically, that person does not live at this house anymore. I don't know why they were even ever allowed to register to vote. They are not a legal citizen of the United States. They live in another country. I think by cleaning this up and verifying that we have state valid identification, it helps secure the elections. It helps make sure that we have accurate information on who's applying for certain circumstances. I'm glad that this legislation was brought to us, and I hope that everybody will rise in support.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is again about eliminating a municipal identification card to not register to vote, but to indicate that you are the same person who is also registered. If we take out this municipal identification because we're concerned that it might not be a citizen, why do we leave in a student identification card issued by an accredited post-secondary institution of education in the state of Kansas?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good Senator from Douglas County for her question. That provision, I believe, was put in by the House, so I do not know exactly what their reasoning is, but that's just the reasoning that I had. Outside of that, I don't have any other answers.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I live in a county whose county clerk has worked to make sure that those people in our county who are registered to vote have an opportunity to vote even after this body made the requirement of having a photo ID. So some of the people that didn't have a photo identification card were people who were living in assisted living or nursing homes in our county. They didn't need their driver's license, so didn't have one. Some of them are not in a position to travel, so it would be difficult to get the state-issued alternative ID. And our county clerk had county employees take photos, document from those facility resident records that that was indeed the name of the person who the photo was taken of, and then they could use that photo ID to be able to vote. So why is it not important to continue to allow those citizens and other citizens to have a photo ID and be able to vote? You don't get to vote because you have the ID. You have the ID along with your registration. So why is this important to change?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just be speculating on any answer that I would give on that part, so I probably be best not to speculate.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand this was a House bill, but I also understand there was a hearing in the Senate committee, and I'm assuming that they went over the wording and agreed with it or had made amendments. So this isn't speculation. This is just a question of why are we supporting a bill that is taking away opportunities for registered voters to obtain the photo ID that they need to allow them to vote?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll go ahead and speculate. The AG is the one that requested this amendment in the House, and my speculation, purely speculation, is because of the Safe and Welcoming Act, specifically targeting non-citizens, that this would give an avenue for non-citizens to potentially get on our voter rolls, and that is something that we do not want. We want every legal vote cast by a legal citizen to be counted, and this could jeopardize that.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the good senator from Cherokee remind me of what identification you need to be able to register to vote?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have that list up here. A driver's license issued by Kansas or by another state or district of the United States, a state identification card issued by Kansas or by another district of the United States, a concealed carry of handgun license issued by Kansas or concealed carry of handgun or weapon license issued by another state, a United States passport, an employee badge issued by a municipal, county, state, or federal government office or agency, a military identification document issued by the United States, a student identification card issued by an accredited post-secondary institution of education in the state of Kansas, a public assistance identification card issued by a municipal, county, state, or federal government office or agency, an identification card issued by an Indian tribe.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I might not have been clear in my question. The senator from Cherokee provided us the list that's in this bill of forms of identification that you can use to just say you are the person who is registered to vote. I was asking, what forms of identification do you need to register to vote?
Senator from Cherokee.
Mr. President, I believe that's what has on there, and I don't have that part up here. We did not discuss the registration part. This is just the version of the statute that we dealt with.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what we're doing is changing what identification documents can be used because we're concerned that someone might use that to register to vote. Is that the concern?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the bigger concern is someone could use that to actually vote.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. My understanding is you have to be a registered voter to vote. If you come with an ID, you may be able to vote a provisional ballot, but the county clerk will assure that you are on that list of registered voters before that ballot will be counted. So this isn't the problem at all. And so what we're doing is taking away once more an opportunity for individuals to get identification that they would need if they are registered to allow them to vote. There's other situations that people may not have identification. One that we talked about in our caucus was those individuals who may have been involved in human trafficking and having been trafficked. I'm concerned if someone is picked up on the streets, taken to a safe house, why wouldn't we want them to have identification if they have lost their belongings? There's other instances if people are being let out of jail, that it's very important for them to have identification. If someone has fled to a safe house because of domestic violence, they may not have that identification. And a municipal ID would be a temporary way for them to continue to identify themselves to law enforcement, to a potential employer. This is taking away opportunities for people to identify themselves to each other, something that we often need to do in the course of voting and in the course of business. I stand strongly in opposition to this bill.
Further question or comment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator from Cherokee, would you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do. There seems to be some serious disconnect and understanding that this bill does not outlaw a municipal ID. It just defines what a municipal ID card can be used for, and that it has to be stated on it that is not a valid state ID.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. You may yield. Well, I would also remind the body, we are outside of GEO, so this is for the second time. Senator for Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do understand that this does not outlaw a municipal ID, but it targets that use for voter identification, specifically to say you can't use this as a photo when we allow many other forms of identification. It really is limiting that, and I know that that's been important to Douglas County. I'm sure it's been important to others in other counties. Thank you.
Yield falls back to you, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would yield back to the carrier of the bill if he had some comment regarding the senator from Douglas's statement.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the yield, but the only thing that I would say is I do appreciate that clarification from the good senator from Douglas, because in the previous remarks, it was an example of identification if someone lost something or was in jail or needed law enforcement, and that would still be applicable. And so I'm pleased to see for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your allowing us to have a vigorous discussion about this bill 2717. I don't have as much any questions. I think that there's been a good discussion as to why we will or we will not support 2717. I, Mr. President, am the gist of the beneficiary or the gist of the detriment for 2717. Of course, we have others in the county, Senator from Wyandotte, my colleague as well, Senator Petty, and to a lesser extent, but still very important, the Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman. And so, Mr. President, it concerns me that the state, frankly, would ingest itself into a discussion as to what is wholly in the best interest or to the detriment of my district, of my county, of Wyandotte County, and to what implications it might have for the rest of the state. I appreciate the discussion, Mr. President, as to whether or not this would affect what would affect the entirety of the state, and that is the voting, the prospect of voting or registering to vote. I don't see that as being an issue. I don't concur that there will be opportunities to expand the voter rolls through what is called the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. And believe it or not, I did not know, and someone asked me, what are you going to say about this, David? I mean, what are you going to say about this, Senator? What are you going to say? I mean, we make an assumption that you are already decided on this issue. And the truth of the matter is, I was not clearly decided on the issue. It should, you should take judicial note, or certainly the committee should know that this was a divided issue among the commission. The Wyandotte County or Unified Government Commission was almost split 50-50 as to whether or not to enact a Safe and Welcoming Act. Indeed, my own commissioner voted against it, the one who was in my district. And it was only by a margin of 6-4 that indeed it was passed. And representing all of the county, well, half of the county, but as much of it as I can, but having the most diverse district in our Senate. My district, the 4th District, as you've heard me say before, Mr. President, has probably the greatest range of cultures, of races, of economics, and everybody else in here. We speak 32 languages in our school district. We have some of the wealthiest and some of the poorest households in the state. The 4th District welcomes so many different people from so many different places. We've had recently even those who have been involved in the Afghanistan crisis relocate to the 4th. I'm sure we're going to get some Ukrainians in the days and weeks to come. We will welcome them as we welcome so many different people. So I was taken by the discussion about this being a 10th Amendment issue, and the foundation of our Constitution. But I wanted to throw out something that was brought by one of the opponents to this bill, and I'm going to liberally quote him here, and that is something else that we're familiar with, and that is, quote, a major part of the American lexicon that says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shores, send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door," unquote. Of course, we recognize that, Mr. President, from our own Statue of Liberty out on Ellis Island. And I think beyond that, those words which we know and have been heartened by should be something for us here in 2717, which is why I now really honestly think that I cannot support the bill. I think I'm going to err on the side of safe and welcoming to say that we should not say to any lamp holder in Kansas, anyone that looks to those who might be homeless or houseless, as they say now, and can't get an ID or needs to have some identification, or to those who may be marginal as a returning citizen, or who may even have a status that's questioned as to their citizenship, but who need to be connected, who come from some teeming, quote, shore, unquote, metaphorically, Mr. President, to come here from an Afghanistan or Ukraine, or from a Somalia, or from a group that I had recently that I worked with from various European countries who are marginalized in our state, but they found a home in the 4th District in Kansas City, Kansas, in Wyandotte County, in this area. Let me say, and I'm toward closing, the opponents, and I thank my colleague, my seatmate here, from sharing that, the opponents to this legislation reads like who's who, all across the board that testified. Not only our mayor, Mayor Gardner, and our district attorney, DA Dupree, but various pastors and commissioners, Reverend Burns and Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Ramirez, Chief of Staff, Dr. Mildred Edwards, and Monsignor Swetland, who, and others who came and brought testimony. And why did they do this, Mr. President? Why? Because the safety of all of us impinges a bit on this. Law enforcement wholly supported this. Let me say this again. This measure was wholly supported by law enforcement in our county, in part because we have a whole lot of people running around that don't have ID, and it's better to know with whom you're dealing in a bit of an incursion. You know, you want to have somebody, you know, who are you? Where's your ID? Where are you connected to? Do you have a legitimate right to be anywhere found within this vicinity? And that was part of what SAFE is about. We touched upon what welcoming is when we look at the broader implications on a national basis being distilled into one county, ideally the smallest county geographically in the state, Wyandotte County, but welcoming to so many different people, more diverse than everybody else is put together in this state, right there in one Senate district, in one county, the smallest in our state. And so, Mr. President, you know, I'm not sure what business this is of the state. I know the AG is trying to make his bones and, you know, play to his base. I recognize that. I know what time it is for, you know, for General Schmidt to try and make it look like he's thumping his chest and doing a service, and having many of us here probably pack this and back him up. But the reality of it is, this is not doing any harm to a concept that any of you wish to denigrate or recede from. It makes Wyandotte County stronger. It makes Wyandotte County safer. It makes Wyandotte County more of that which we're living out to be, the place to grow and to enhance and to include and to promote. And that is what we should look to establish and to maintain right now. What we have felt here, which 2717 is attempting to recede from. I ask each of you, Mr. President, I ask each of our members to ask yourself, take a snapshot of your own district, and to see if, in fact, us doing what we feel is in the best interest of the continuity of our neighborhoods, our districts, our county, in any way impedes, in any way, what you would do in your own district, or what you would do in your own county or counties. The answer is it doesn't. The answer is that Wyandotte County should have the ability to exercise a level of local option or local control that in and of itself makes us safer, stronger, and more welcoming, and leading the charge to live out our creed in Wyandotte County of being one of the strongest, most diverse, and actually recognized counties in this, not just in the state, but in the country. And so, marginally, I end up not supporting 2717, and ask each of you, when you cast your vote, to say, why would you support it, if not just to lend some, you know, bones to some politics, but not for what indeed it's intended to do, and that is to enhance, very much so, what Wyandotte County has enacted. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cherokee, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a lot to take in there, but again, the reference to ID cards being banned was mentioned, and I understand that's probably some talking points that are being used, but they're not relative or valid talking points. This bill does not ban municipal issued ID cards. It just states that a municipal ID card cannot be used as a state identification card. Also, what effect does Wyandotte County have on the rest of the state. I was going to save these comments for later, but I think now is a good time to mention them. The United States and the state of Kansas, we are made up of rules, law, and order. Everybody I talk to appreciates immigration. I would go out on a limb and say, for not immigration, this chamber would be empty. Immigration is important to our country, to the founding, and to today. But there are laws and there are order to do that, in which we accept immigration. It might just be a civil penalty. You've heard that. It's only a civil penalty. Why are we worried about someone coming here illegally? If that is your argument, and if that is your stance, I want you to think a little bit. What are some other civil penalties that we have in our state? Will you tell the next divorced single mom that child support's not important because it's only a civil penalty? I don't think so. It's important. Our laws and order are important. Without that, we have utter chaos. One of the provisions in this bill is that a municipal ID card can now be, if it is fraudulently used, can now be prosecuted. And the reason for that, and this is where we get into what happens in Wyandotte County, how does it affect other areas in the state, and why is this bill needed? If someone fraudulently makes a municipal ID card out of Wyandotte County and they use it in Shawnee County, there is no crime because Shawnee County or that municipality has nothing against a municipal ID card being issued in Wyandotte County. In Wyandotte County, there is. So this bill addresses that by making it a crime to fraudulently use a municipal ID card, an ID card issued from a municipality in other areas in the state. If someone is here illegally, not in the United States legally, not in the state of Kansas legally, there's no guarantee that just because Wyandotte County is welcoming and supports that they will stay in Wyandotte County. They could move. They could go to another area that does not issue valid municipal ID cards or want to disallow their law enforcement from interacting with federal agencies. And going back to law enforcement, it was mentioned that Wyandotte County law enforcement supports this because of the ID cards. Those ID cards can still stand. But I would think they would still support this bill because they have the ability to still act on their behalf if they want to interact with federal government. This bill just states that no municipality can put a law enforcement agency, forbid them from communicating. Again, I just want to go back to, if we expect law and order, and this body passes legislation, every piece of legislation we pass, we expect for people to abide by them. There's consequences if we don't, or if they don't. So why would we allow in our state and welcome someone that does not abide by our Kansas laws or our U.S. laws, even though it's a civil action and it's only immigration, but they came here illegally? Why we think that's acceptable?
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. The good senator from Wyandotte said many important things about this piece of legislation, 2717, but I just want to reiterate for the body that This is just, again, another move on our part, on the legislature's part, to undermine local control. And it saddens me, having been a county commissioner prior to serving in the Senate, to see that continually be a mode of operation when sometimes for ballot reasons, sometimes usually in this case for political reasons, to decide to move ahead on legislation that on the local level had spent 5 years researching, collaborating with organizations, advocating, getting input. I myself participated in 2 different activities during that period of time, but have spent 5 years coming up with their local ordinance to address the need in Wyandotte County. I live in Wyandotte County. I'm proud to be a DOT. I'm a lifelong DOT. And it's a much more diverse county than it was when I was born in Wyandotte County, and it will continue to be a much more diverse county. It is the most diverse county in our state. Have up to 60% of our children in the Kansas City, Kansas School District are Hispanic. That's just one nationality. But when my community or your community spends time looking at what addresses the needs of that community and uses their local control and the authority that's granted to them through our Constitution to make decisions that fit them, and then we do a knee-jerk reaction to that, it is so disingenuous, and it's disrespectful to those locally elected officials, to that community, and to their needs. And that's what I find so disappointing about 2717. The ID card is a municipal card, and that's in our ordinance, that's in Kansas City, Kansas, that's what it speaks to. I thought it was interesting as I looked through some of the testimony that I would hope that we would continue as a state to look at ways so that we don't try to discriminate. But one of the people that testified mentioned, and some of you that are from Johnson County would be familiar with Shawnee Mission Lake, mentioned being there. He's a Wyandotte County resident, but he's at Shawnee Mission Lake. Of course, you know, you can go across county lines all the time. But he was in a kayak, didn't have a life jacket on, got stopped by a park ranger. But then when asked his name, was not only asked his name, was asked what county do you live in, and asked for a social security number. Now, he's a United States citizen, he's a professional, but his point was, hey, why would a park ranger be asking me what county do I live in and my social security number just because I don't have a life jacket? Now, he did get a ticket, which he'd have to pay for not wearing that life jacket. But it was, listening to that is a step gone too far. And I think when we do things like we're doing with 2717, we're somehow reinforcing this discrimination with people because of their name or their nationality. And I think we don't want to do that. I know we don't want to do that. So it's disappointing to see this kind of legislation come forward, particularly in relation to my own county, but to know that my county spent 5 years researching it and deliberating it. And we spent, 2.5 weeks? In the Senate side, 2 days. It does bring to question who actually has put in the most time and is making the right decisions for the citizens they represent.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question concerning municipal identification card. I would like to know who's eligible for a municipal identification card.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will do my best to answer that. I believe it is up to each municipality issuing that card on what the restrictions will be on it or what is required before they issue it.
Senator from Brown.
Would it be I'm trying to understand a municipal card. Would you have to be a resident of that municipality to have that card?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not if that municipality did not put that in as a requirement.
Senator from Brown.
Do you know, Mr. President, what the requirements are on the municipal cards that this is addressing? Were they requiring you to be a resident of that municipality?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not know.
Senator from Brown.
Thank you. Well, it's my understanding that you do have to be a resident of those, and that's why I stand. If you read in the bill where it says the requirements to get an ID, a state ID, driver's license issued by the state ID card issued by Kansas or another state, concealed carry license, United States passport, employee badge issued by municipality, county, state, federal government agency. So the counties, the state, anybody, and then a military ID card, a student ID card, a public assistance identification card, tribal identification card. It's kind of stands out that I can see why you would want to prohibit this, because the municipality card actually disfavors me, rural residents. It allows municipalities to say, hey, we're going to make sure everyone in our city votes. And in a statewide election, if the municipalities did that, it could actually change the turnout of the vote, which is political motivation. But it disfavors all others. All of these other requirements do not do that. Every Kansan in the military can get an ID card. Every Kansan who's a student at a university can get an ID card. They qualify. There's a reason that the state, and we put these provisions in law, was because it allowed them all to have a proper ID card. I've heard a lot about the rule of law. Right now, you know, we want to go by the rule of law. But there's another thing to the rule of law that we need to consider, and that is that our people have to have confidence in the rule of law. In other words, they have to have confidence that we're abiding by it and we're working to improve it. We need to make sure that every Kansan can get a state ID, and I believe we've done that. When we allow municipalities to get in the game with issuing just a municipality card for ID, we are showing disfavor to all other Kansans who are not within that municipality. That's why this in this bill. If you want an interesting read, Wisconsin, they just put out a couple weeks back, a report called the Gableman Report. It's 135 pages, it's a long read. But it shows how private monies through grants were used and taken by municipalities to actually turn out the vote, to actually get involved in the vote process. I would encourage everyone to read it because we're lawmakers and we know that people out there's confidence in the elections has fallen. And we have a job to do, and that is to restore that confidence in our rule of law. I'm going to support this bill because I think it does address some of those concerns, Mr. President. Thank you.
Further question or comment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking about the rule of law, not so much about the contents of the bill we're discussing, but more about our own rules. I just want to point out to the body here that it's highly unusual, the process we're going through. We have a House bill that's come out of the House. It's not gone through the GO process. Rule 47 of our Senate, we advance things to to the final, the committee of the whole, and they go to final action. And then 67, of course, section B is where we have a suspension of rules, and we advance those bills from GO on the same day is typically the way we work that. Today we have taken this bill from the House, not gone through any committee process. Whether we like the bill or not, it's highly unusual, in my opinion, to take this bill and suspend the rules and take it out of the general orders process, not have the committee of the whole recommend it, and then have this process here, Mr. President. So I don't understand how we're doing this. If you could maybe respond to that.
Yeah, certainly. And suspending the rules is not uncommon or unusual. And the reason that it's a 2/3 is it's a high bar, because if you do suspend the rules, you want supermajority to approve. And that's the posture we're in currently.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree with you, and we do it quite often. You're right. We do suspend the rules of order in this body quite often. However, we don't usually take something that hasn't gone through the process of GO straight from the other chamber and put it as a final action. That is unusual.
Yes, but it's not unprecedented, and a lot of times that's due to the timing of things. We are in the last week.
I understand that. It's not clearly spelled out that we allow this in our rules, Mr. President. I just want to make sure we all understand, when we talk about the rule of law, that sometimes we even here seem to bend them a little bit.
Yeah, and we are in order. Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to clarify something that the good senator from Leavenworth is misstating here about this process. It did not go straight to GO from the House. We had a Senate Fed and State Committee hearing. We had the hearing, worked the bill, kicked it out. That is why it's on general orders. We did not bypass any process. And as far as unique and unusual, I have been here since 2017, and there has not been a session yet that we have not went through this process. As a matter of fact, yesterday we went through the same very process, and nobody got up and questioned that process.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, are you seeking recognition?
I thought you said Olson. So I'm like, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry about that. I do have a question, if I may.
State your question.
I am curious how many proponents for 2717, as well as how many opponents?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for those of you that are unaware, there is a supplemental note where you can find all this information. If you go to the KS Legislature site and you look up that bill, supplemental note SN, it will tell you down on page 4 that who was a proponent, who was neutral, and who were opponents. But to save people time from looking that up, proponent testimony was the Attorney General, Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Peace Officers Association, and Kansas Sheriff's Association. And a representative Office of Secretary of State and a private citizen provided proponent testimony. Written only proponent testimony was provided by 2 private citizens. There were no neutral testimony. Opponent testimony, I think there was like 5, looking through here real quick, maybe 8. And then there was written only testimony provided by 17 private citizens, 5 representatives of Douglas County, 3 representatives of the United Government of Wyandotte County, 2 representatives of Advocates for Immigrant Rights and Reconciliation, 2 representatives of Cross Border Network, 2 representatives of Safe and Welcoming Roland Park, and representatives of the ACLU of Kansas, American Immigration Lawyers Association, City of Lawrence, City of Roland Park, El Centro, Kansas Action for Children, Mainstream Coalition, New Frontiers Project, Olivet Institutional Baptist Church, Plymouth Congregational Church, Sanctuary Alliance, Voter Rights Network of Wyandotte County, and Working Kansas Alliance.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you very much. And the reason I ask is because I'll touch upon that in just a minute in regard to some of the process. with the meeting and the fact that yet we had a good number of opponents, but there likely would have been even more. And like I said, I'll elaborate in just a minute. I'm a little bit concerned as I've heard people talk about safe and welcoming for Wyandotte County, that policy, as well as 2717. And after having read the Safe and Welcoming Act, and then hearing testimony for 2717, it feels like there's a disconnect here. And that 2717 misunderstands the policy that was formulated by Wyandotte County. At the heart of it, that policy is designed to help citizens feel safe to call law enforcement and to aid them in fully participating in their local economy with their purchasing power. Some things about safe and welcoming: it doesn't ban working with ICE. It will help solve crimes in that it helps victims feel more secure in calling the police and talking to them. The ID cards can't give immediate access to voting. A process like safe and welcoming will help prevent human trafficking, and that has been an emphasis of this body. Additionally, Roland Park and Lawrence already have policies similar to this. So I guess the question has to be asked, why now? Why are we questioning what has been done in Wyandotte County, one of our most diverse counties in the state? I will tell you, I work with victims of sexual abuse and other violent crimes, specifically from Wyandotte County. They are always extremely worried about coming forward because many don't have IDs as far as driver's licenses. This process will give them an ID that they can use and keep them safe in the process. Stuart Sweatlands submitted opposition testimony in regard to 2717. He's a resident of Wyandotte County, currently serves as the 7th president of Donnelly College. And he mentioned this, quote, "I was involved with a not-for-profit that provided municipal IDs in Champaign-Urbana. These had an immediate positive economic impact for the community. At first, only one city, Urbana, accepted them, while the other, Champaign, did not. The negative economic effect on Champaign was so notable that within a few weeks, Champaign voted to accept the identification." And if you're familiar with that area, those cities are pretty much intertwined. And he goes on to list other reasons why 2717 makes other implications as far as your economy and how it stifles. And something else, it's been mentioned before, Wyandotte County spent 5 years developing this plan, analyzing, reaching out to residents, reaching out to citizens. We spent 1 hour in a rushed committee process. Some additional opponents were not allowed to testify due to the fact that the notice of the hearing happened at 1:30 p.m. the day before. Additionally, the website listed the wrong time for the meeting. It listed 10:30 a.m. instead of 8:30. In the meeting, a motion to table was made. Immediately, a substitute motion was made. A motion to table is a priority motion, so I do question if we should even be debating this bill because the priority motion was overlooked. When you think about this, people are due equal protection under the law. With the Safe and Welcoming Act, provisions are put in there to do just that because sometimes people of color are not given that equal protection. Safe and Welcoming Act works to address this situation, and after 5 years of thorough work and analysis, we should respect their right to do what is best for their local citizens. And to the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl, I did appreciate that symbolism. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, you heard an awful lot talked about ID cards again. I'm not sure who is misinterpreting or not understanding, but this does not ban municipal ID cards. Nowhere in this bill does it ban municipal ID cards, but apparently that's the talking point, and the other side's going to stay on that talking point. So we have to keep reiterating, this bill does not ban municipal ID cards. It just states that they are not to be used for state ID. You know, I don't know how many people have been into a committee room here lately, or even your office staff. But I'm going to digress a little bit. It is getting very old and tiresome to hear colleagues beat up our staff that are short-staffed. Many times, I know in my committee, my CA is working over the weekend that she is not getting paid, trying to get documents uploaded so people can see them. And I know in this case, again, testimony was coming in. You attack the process when you cannot attack the integrity of what's in the bill. As far as the motion to table, procedurally, I'm not sure where that's considered a priority motion, but procedurally, if there is a question about the procedure, you call a point of order. At that point, the chair makes that decision. You do not bring up your grievance and question of procedural process on the debate of the floor.
Further question or comment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley for the final time.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And just a couple of points that were brought to this. Great discussion, good debate. Certainly the senator from Cherokee is doing his best to justify what most of us realize shouldn't be justified, but he's doing a great job. You're doing a good job on, I'm sorry, Mr. President, he's doing a good job. But it remains a little bit indefensible, actually, as the debate has ensued. And I appreciate those who would raise issues as to why there's not an even application. I know the senator from Brown spoke to whether or not a county could issue a card, and I think counties are, I've been informed, our colleague here from Douglas, senator from Douglas, that counties have municipal, indeed, that some counties can issue municipal cards, that it's not just cities, if you will, that have that ability. And so it's worth taking note that he's not being, or he and those who are in counties would not have an even opportunity to see their citizens have issued these cards as well. But, you know, I got to thinking about this. I know some of the people who probably will be getting cards. There's some of them are my neighbors, actually, who on my block own homes, and, you know, and sometimes they are very active in bringing about the neighborhood and who don't have access to ID. They are attached but detached, if you will. They are present, but they're not accounted for. They belong because they're taxpayers through their property taxes and certainly their sales taxes, hopefully even their income taxes, but they are certainly a mainstay and part of the community, some of our neighbors. And it's not just in my district, but we're only here talking about Wyandotte County that had the insight and, as was mentioned, the multi-year consideration of what it means to our economy and the fabric of a society in which we live and are fully functioning, to have a clearer definition or clearer attachment that would ensue to those who are actually there. And again, it bears repeating that there's almost unanimity among those who testified opposing this measure which we all know has moved like lightning through the process, that has sidestepped, Mr. President, what are traditional mores and procedures by which we conduct business in the legislature. I contend it's only to provide some marginal statewide candidate another bit of a political chit or some fodder to help him along the way. That's my assessment. Whether you agree or disagree, I think you all know David Haley does a lot of things, but I'm usually one that tells the truth. So we're here today to add to the fodder of a campaign for a marginal statewide candidacy by trotting on the ability of a local municipality to welcome and provide safer for citizens, or for residents, if you will, not citizens, residents who are already there, who are contributing to our economy through property and through our sales taxes, and in some cases are making our neighborhoods stronger and better by their very presence. So I just want you again, if I could ask, plead with those of you who might yet be on the fence on this issue, Mr. President, is to say, look, it's good for Wyandotte County's economy. It's good for Wyandotte County's safety. This is a well-reasoned, multi-yeared, contemplated, and vetted measure. The Safe and Welcoming Act is that went through all the process, and that we're speeding through the process here to have that on balance. No disrespect to the committee process, but we're vitiating that to a certain extent because the time being what it is and the campaign's coming up and all of that, to trot on the ability for the self-determination of a county that has done due diligence, that has vetted it, and that just wants to provide better, safer neighborhoods through the connection of our existing residents and those that will come through the sanctioning of a card. And I would hope that for those who are on the fence, give Wyandotte County a chance to have our autonomy as we're a part of the whole, but our ability to do what is in the best interest in the metropolitan area in which we live, there in Kansas City, by voting against this 2717. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further question or comment? Seeing none, motions have been made. We will hold for final action. Motions to concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen on SB 346.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 346 is amended would allow for an on-farm retail sale of milk or milk products, regulating the labeling and advertising of those products, and extend the sunset date for certain milk and dairy license fees. This was originally known as the Dairy Labeling Bill, which passed the Senate with a vote of 38-0. Also contained in Senate Bill 346 is the transportation of animals across the state line that requires a certificate of veterinary inspection. The bill would authorize the Animal Health Commissioner to impose a civil penalty and deem a violator guilty of a Class 3 non-person misdemeanor for intentionally and knowingly violating the requirements to have a certificate when transporting animals into the state. The fine for the violation would be set between $100 and up to $1,000 for each shipment into the state, and that's by shipment, not by animal. A load isn't considered that what that would be, and that's set at to be adjusted on the level of the offense. This bill is a good sample for producers, consumers, and even animals that have a very veterinary inspection certificate. And I move that, I did that already. I move that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 346. Stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a bill in our Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, Senate Bill 345. Can the senator from Sedgwick confirm that much of the wording that was added by the House into the bill was the same as what we had discussed and debated and actually recommended from the committee?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
That is correct.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you. So I'm pleased that there was an opportunity for some members of the Senate to review this and actually recommend it to all of you. Thank you.
Further questions for Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been some concerns raised about some of the language that was in 345, and rather than us be required to vote the entire package, 346, up or down, in an effort to keep the bill alive and give an opportunity for those concerns to be addressed and see if they are valid or not valid. I'm going to make a substitute motion that we non-concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 346 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Motion's in order and debatable. Questions for the Senator from Montgomery. Senator from Sedgwick, do you wish to comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. All I want to say is that I strongly oppose that. The bill is the part on the inspections completion is straightforward, and as many times I've had this up here this year, you ought to be knowing what it is. So anyway, but I would be against the motion made by the Senator Pag.
Further questions for Senator from Montgomery, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, this question could be answered by either the substitute motion presenter or the carrier of the bill. Do we have animal sale barns that receive daily, if not at least weekly, loads of livestock being sold and in our state?
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, there are stockyards, livestock sale barns across our state, close to state lines especially, that receive cattle that are brought in from out of state or in state on a regular basis.
Senator from Barton. Thank
you, Mr. President. And do they currently provide a health certificate on each and every one of those animals when bringing that livestock into the state?
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is one of the questions that I am not prepared to answer. I don't know for certain. I've been told both ways. And so that's one reason I'm making a motion to keep this bill alive by putting it in conference.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share those same questions, and I also sit on the Senate Ag Committee, and we did not give Senate Bill 345 the time or diligence that it deserves to fully investigate the issues. In fact, I contacted an owner of a sale barn and asked how many of the loads of livestock that you receive at your facility provide a health certificate, and the answer I received was 0. That responsibility then falls on the buyer, not the seller and not the transporter of that livestock. I think there are lots of questions to be answered, and I would agree with the senator from Montgomery and ask that a conference committee also be appointed. Thank you.
Further questions for Senator from Montgomery, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just no questions, just comments. On Monday when we had this bill, I had asked that we pass over it because I too had questions, but all of those were addressed, so I am not going to support this motion. After having conversations, I think this is a good bill and we should move it forward, so I will not be supporting this substitute motion.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I strongly support this substitute amendment. I've personally done business at sale barns in Anthony, Kansas and in Pratt, Kansas, which are very close to the Oklahoma border. There have been Oklahoma cattle sold, and it's very clear that this would strongly impact those two businesses and the flow of cattle, and ultimately the average farmer and rancher who uses those facilities. I do not think we're here to impose regulations, but to assist our farmers and ranchers, and I am very concerned that as is, this bill will prove a detriment to our small farmers and ranchers across Kansas. Thank you.
Further questions for Senator from Montgomery. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has been looked at, considered over many, many times. It's something that will be of benefit to the state of Kansas. It's a good bill. I'm in favor of it. I hope we all agree. Thank you.
Further question or comment for the Senator from Montgomery? Seeing none further, we are on the substitute motion to non-concur and have a conference committee appointed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. We're back on the underlying motion to concur. Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen. See, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a couple questions. How will this affect our interstate commerce with these other states with the transfer of livestock and sale of livestock in our state?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I checked on that, and every state has their own instructions and rules, and most of them are different. So the interstate commerce has not been affected at all because every state does their own thing.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what is the current policy that the Animal Health Commissioner is following?
Senator from Kirshen, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
He would be following the Kansas law on what the implications are.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what is that law exactly?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I'm not sure, but those, you do not get a certificate. You get your name is put on a list. And what happens now is that most of the truckers are people who apply for they're on that registry, and they get their certificate from that point. They have to request it. But the fact is, they're not going to set up camp outside the fairgrounds or in stockyards and places like that because they don't operate there. They go off the list of people charging. They back up and check on those.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just not sure what exactly is the problem. Who and why would anyone be transporting animals with diseases into our state? Who is the Animal Health Commissioner directing this at?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Not quite sure I understand that question, but once again, the Animal Health Commissioner oversees the process, and you have to have your name on a list in order. They go through that and check those, and what the idea was that the ones who are getting away with it, that's why they put a penalty on it, a monetary penalty instead of just a misdemeanor, because they could crack down on those who are, but they come off of a list that they check, who's a repeat offender and those your name is on that list. And they go by that, but they're not out there as a rule searching every place there's an animal looking for a certificate.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding that it's not the out-of-state seller's responsibility to bring a health certificate with those animals when they bring them to a sale barn in our state, but then that responsibility falls on the buyer. At least that's what I've been told by somebody who has worked in this industry for over 40 years. So I'm trying to understand why the Secretary of Agriculture or the Department of Agriculture or the Animal Health Commissioner would want to increase penalties if there's not a problem. Who is the current problem, and what is the actual problem we're trying to solve with increasing these penalties on someone transporting animals into the state without a health certificate?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason the fines are set because they weren't applicable to what was happening. There were repeat offenders, and in the bill it says they deliberately and knowingly brought these cattle or animals across the state line and have done it before. So that makes them a repeat offender or whatever you want to call those. And that's why they're targeting those individuals especially.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And exactly who are these repeat offenders? If the Animal Health Commissioner is aware that there's such a situation, who exactly are these repeat offenders?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. They're on a list and under some, I can't get to the list, but they have a list, and that's what they're going off of.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Animal Health Commissioner is currently aware that there's a problem, I'm not certain why the current law, if we're not really changing the law that much, why they can't remedy the problem under the current law. I still don't quite understand exactly who is the problem and why. I think that this bill did not get enough time to be debated. And I think this could drastically affect the cattle business in our state, which is the largest sector of the agriculture industry.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Senator from Sedgwick.
No, I didn't have, I just thought there's 6 million head of cattle in Kansas, so there's a lot of them out there. We're just trying to make sure the rules are kept and we keep animals safe from contact from outside or inside both ways.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly oppose this bill as it sits. I think that by putting Senate Bill 345 into 346 completely changes this legislation, and it is trying to address a so-called problem that we're not even aware exactly what the problem is. It sounds like the Animal Health Commissioner has an issue with something or someone, but there's no sense in trying to pass ridiculous legislation like this that could drastically affect our beef cattle industry in the state. So I just strongly stand not in support of Senate Bill 346 because of Senate Bill 345 being put into it by a House committee. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco for the second time on the underlying motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. My understanding is that it was House Bill 2723 that was put into this bill by the House committee, similar to the language we discussed in committee on Senate Bill 345, but the language does not change the rules about bringing in animals. It's focused on the penalties. One of the specific things that this change does that was supported, my understanding, by the Kansas Livestock Association is that it makes it clear that the penalty is for each shipment, not each head of cattle. So in fact, we're making it target that shipment and target the shipper and be clear about the fines. I think that's an appropriate change to make, and I stand in support of this bill.
For the question or comment, Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I would like to kind of continue the line of questioning in regards to the repeat offenders. And the first question would be, are these repeat offenders people who have repeatedly bringing sick cattle to the sale barns?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure what the violation was, but that's what they were summarized as those who deliberately and knowingly brought cattle or animals on their own. So that was the issue there. That's why they put the fees in there, to get their attention that we're not going to tolerate that anymore. We have to have some way to convince them that that's not the correct place to go. So,
Senator from Reno.
I guess the follow-up question would be, is this bill about sick cattle, or is it about restricting the flow of cattle?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Neither. This is about protecting both sides, other states and the animals and the people in those states, just like we always have.
Senator from Reno.
My apologies, I could not hear the answer.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said neither one. That the animals that we bring, the whole idea is protection for the people, the customers, and the producers universally, because every state has their own pattern of rules, and the idea is to detect those soon and get those individuals contacted and hopefully clean up there's not a lot of those. There's 4 of them in the last year that were repeat offenders. So it isn't something that takes a whole task force to keep track of. They can just go to the list and check those there.
Senator from Reno.
Yeah, my apologies again. I couldn't understand that answer, but we'll move on. So now we seem to be focusing on these repeat offenders. Does the bill clearly state that it will be repeat offenders that will be fined, or could this become a battle as to preventing, checking, stopping the flow of cattle in and out of these facilities. So that'd be the first question. And the second question in there would be, is the carrier of the bill aware and does he understand the arbitrage component of sale barns and cattle moved about from sale barn to sale barn? Can he elaborate on that a bit?
Senator from Sedgwick.
It doesn't matter where the movement is. What we're concerned is there's a violation, and they're not going to be there inspecting every house and barn in the state. They're coming off the list to find out the ones because everybody that transports has to file for that list. It's not hard, it's not difficult, but it gives a registry that they can track and find out where the problems are.
Senator from Reno.
Again, I just hear so little talk about sick cattle, and I hear a whole lot of talk from metropolitan-based people in regards to the intricacies of farming and ranching. Another question would be, are these repeat offenders, are they small ranchers who are just bringing a bumper pull trailer full of calves to the sale barn across state lines? Would that be the definition of a repeat offender?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, that's not the definition. We're not out there seeking individuals for the sake of going out and looking for them. These are there's reason they're on that list. They've made a violation somewhere, and now we're just following up on those.
Senator from Reno.
Well, I think the bottom line is that this bill is not ready for prime time. It is too heavily being influenced by folks who just don't know the nuances of rural Kansas, and that's unfortunate. This is important stuff. The ability to get your calves to market, to the closest market, is very, very important. The arbitrage of cattle from one sale barn to the other is incredibly important, and this bill is the perfect way for sale barn folks to manipulate that cattle movement. This is another classic overreach of what we need and don't need, and it's unfortunate that the people intimately involved in this bill won't have the opportunity to reap the ill effects of it because they'll be in the cities. Thank you.
Further question or comment? Senator from Sedgwick, have any closing remarks?
Mr. President, no.
Then we will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following: House Bill 2644 and House Bill 2717, and the motion to concur on Senate Bill 346. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 346, an act concerning agriculture. House Bill 2644, an act designating the sandhill plum as the official state fruit. House Bill number 2717, an act concerning municipalities.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Asking if we might hold for a couple of our members.
I'm gonna take explanation and changes. We have a conference committee that's trying to make its way down as well, so. Oh, and Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from House-Kiddo.
Mr. President, so is this final action?
This is final action.
Thank you, on House Bill 2717.
And 2644 and 346.
Mr. Chairman, I vote no on 2717, aye on the balance.
Are there further changes? Are there explanations of vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my aye to no on 346.
So ordered. Are there further any explanations? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to change my aye to a no on 346 also.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Aye to no, 346.
We will hold for just a few. Oh, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren. Okay. We will hold for just a few minutes for some of our conferees to come down. The roll is being held open. Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Aye.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aye.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. President. No on 2717. Aye on the balance.
Further changes or explanations? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no on House Bill 2717. I recognize the bill would still allow the issuance of municipal identification cards. I object to the elimination of such a card as a form of identification for voting. Those cards issued by cities and counties have made meeting the requirement to have a photo ID, especially for seniors in a nursing facility, available. I would like my remarks spread on the journal.
So ordered. Further explanation or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (27) having voted in favor and 12 opposed to Senate Bill 346, 39 having voted in favor and none opposed to House Bill 2644, 29 having voted in favor and 10 opposed to House Bill 2717. These measures having received their constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House announced the appointment of Representative Anderson to replace Representative Long as a conferee on Senate sub for House Bill 2448.
Are there announcements? Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your desk this morning is an email from Representative Mike Dodson about an opportunity to visit Fort Riley. They have they will accommodate on either the 12th or the 13th. I have been on a number of these tours. They are quite honestly fascinating. You will have the opportunity to not only view the facilities at Fort Riley, but also equipment and training techniques, including simulators, drones, and other measures. So I strongly would encourage you to do that. If you would like to go, please give us a preference of your date. You can either contact me, Senator Hawk, or it might be easier to just email Mike Dodson in the House directly. If there's any questions, see Senator Hawk or I will be happy to answer them.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House and Senate Commerce Committees will conference today in room 159 South regarding House Bill 2703 and Senate Bill 91, time to be determined. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate and House Judiciary Conference Committee will be meeting on Senate Bill 286 and all other bills in Conference Committee at a time and place to be determined. And so stay tuned. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Keeping with yesterday, I do have two announcements, and the most important one is a legislative prayer breakfast tomorrow at 7 a.m., room 142 South. And then there is a House and Senate Federal and State Affairs Conference Committee today at 4:30 in room 144 South. Senate Bill 34 and all other bills will be discussed.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ways and Means will have a conference committee at 115, room 548 South. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Education Conference Committee will be meeting at noon in 582, and the other Education Conference Committee will be meeting at 1:30, same room, 582 North. We will be working on that mega education bill, which is House Bill 2567 then. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate or the Tax Conference Committee will be meeting at 1 p.m. in room 218 again, 1 p.m.
Any further announcements before we recess? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus at 3:30 today in 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North at 3:30. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 4 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's in recess.
The Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the good senator from Sedgwick County, Senator Falsco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If Ava Johnson would come out here. She arrived late at the Capitol, Mr. Vice President. She was supposed to be with the other girls that were here today representing Kansas. And she holds 2 titles, Ava Johnson from Wichita, Kansas. She's 8 years old, in 2nd grade. She holds 2 titles in Kansas. She is Miss Kansas Cover Girl. She is also holding the title of Miss Kansas Superstar. And her dream is to become a doctor or an OBGYN doctor. And so, Ava, just say hi. Give us your wave. Thank you. And Mr. Vice President, her wonderful mommy, Yolanda, is here in the VIP section with us as well. Thank you for coming.
So glad to have you folks in the Senate. I'm glad you got to make it. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Commerce, Labor and Economic Development, and Senate Commerce Conference Committee, we're going to meet at the rail at 4:30. We are conferencing on 2703, House Bill 2703 and Senate Bill 91. We just had one little tiny piece that we needed to iron out, and we're ready for that. 4:30 at the rail. Thank you.
Thank you. The message, chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Ways and Means Subcommittee meets at 4:15 on the budget. Thank you.
Seeing no other announcements, it's this time of the year where we're going to have a lot of in and out announcements. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Is this on my non-concur?
No, this is announcements. Okay. We'll come back to you, sir. The messages from the House, the clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 62. The House concurs with Senate amendments to House Bill 2607 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2564 and requests return of the bill. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2237, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Kelly, Hoheisel, and Shu as conferees on the part of the House. The House announced the appointment of Representative Mason to replace Representative Hyland as a conferee on House Bill 2106, House Bill 2239, S sub for House Bill 2416, S sub for House Bill 2597, announcing passage of sub Senate Bill 84 as amended by H sub for Senate Bills, H sub for sub Senate Bill 84. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to S sub for House Bill 2280, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Landwehr, Epley, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House.
On consideration of the motions to concur or non-concur, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 84 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, and the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falsco. Senator Olson, do you care to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to a conference committee at 4:30, so I won't be here in a little bit. So I want to be able to announce Thursday, tomorrow, 9 a.m. conference committee. room 144 South on Senate Bill 84. Thank you.
On a motion to a seat? The chair, on a motion to accede, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2280.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On motions to concur, the chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, on House Sub for Senate Bill 28.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate substitute, or House substitute for Senate Bill 28 is the House version of HB 2733, dealing with pharmacists and pharmacy benefit managers. This bill was brought about over many years of discussion, but also a Supreme Court case that was Rutledge versus Pharmaceutical Care Management Association. The U.S. Supreme Court found that states do have the ability to regulate PBMs. And so the two sides have been working together and have come to an agreement and a compromise bill. The bill basically does three things. The bill would end the registration of PBMs in the state and instead require them to be licensed. Based upon the licensure, the insurance department would have oversight of the PBMs, which would allow it to hold PBMs accountable to current law and a regulatory structure that is contained in the bill, and it also makes amendments to the current MAC appeals process. Both sides have worked on this. I'd like to commend my members from the House and House leadership in negotiating this compromise. Because of the timing of that compromise, which was not reached until last week, with us not having the ability to meet in committee and or go on GO on the floor, I told them if they would put it in a Senate bill, and I received confirmation from both the pharmacists and the PBMs that everyone was in agreement that I would do a concur on it. I have received that confirmation from both sides of the party that they are both in agreement on this bill. And so that's why we are running it today as a concur on the Senate. So I move that the Senate concur to House amendments to House substitute for Senate Bill 28. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Now, conference committee reports. Call on the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, on Senate Bill 62. We'll pass over that one. We'll move on to Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, on Senate sub for House Bill 2448. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage. Are you willing to make the motion on the conference committee report, Senate sub for House Bill 2448?
Yes, I am. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Sub-Bill HB 2448. The only change in this was that in federal law, it says if you participate in 30 hours of work, you're not required to be in this training, and we just adopted that federal regulation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You care to make a motion?
Yes. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Sub-Bill HB 2448.
Are there any questions from the senator? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. Excuse me. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'm just,
Why not?
that light is in the way. I know that.
I know it's.
So I appreciate the chair recognizing me. I will say that, yes, the information was brought forward about, or an amendment was offered for the 30 hours. However, I would like to clarify that actually in federal law, it speaks to but for the month, and for the month, it's 100 hours a month, not 30 hours a week. But that was not shared yesterday when we had the conference committee. So the one positive is that this actually clarifies that the working poor are just that. Able-bodied are the working poor for the most part. And so having that number in there does show that we're understanding that they are poor and they're working. But I would say that this doesn't address the real issue of the fact that there still is a large potential fiscal note for the Department of Children and Families to provide. The Department of Children and Families has a good training program right now that's voluntary, and those working poor that are not participating because they're working, and this could in fact cause them to lose that, even though it's a low-paying job, cause them to lose a job they already have. And so that means in order to provide that training for all that would be eligible within our state, then it could have a potential $2.7 million a year fiscal note. And it also could put us out of compliance with federal law. So I think those are two very critical issues that we are ignoring with this kinds of legislation.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator from House Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If the gentlelady would answer a couple of questions from Johnson.
She will.
Thank you. So the training that would be required from these individuals to receive the SNAP benefits, so who would provide that training?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
That training is already set up currently under current law, and it also includes, as we talked about before, transportation, work boots, suits, work material, helping them to prepare maybe for a job they'd like to do and not necessarily the job that they are doing.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So the training that they would receive, would they then receive an immediate employment, or would they still have to go out and seek employment?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Part of the program is to help them find employment, and that again is occurring now. Unfortunately, as we discussed earlier, because of the fact that the work requirement has been put on a hiatus, we wanted to make sure that people understood that they had this employment, that if they work up to 20 hours, of course, any of that would apply toward the employment and training. Again, Mr. Chair, the whole purpose of this is to encourage people to get the training to go back to work.
Thank you. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So if the gentlelady from Johnson said that some of this is already being doing, then what's the purpose of this legislation? Or if she could please explain the major difference in this legislation as opposed to what is already being done within DCF.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
A requirement is very different than a voluntary program, and oftentimes people aren't aware of a voluntary program, and sometimes asking you to do something that's actually going to help you, requiring you to do something that actually is going to help you can be a better thing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do appreciate that the amendment recognized that many of these individuals are working. My concern that I don't think I expressed when we talked about the bill was that we're talking about able-bodied adults essentially without dependents, but I think that definition of dependence is just children and their children. Is that right?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
According to the definition, yes.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would be concerned that there could be a non-custodial parent. They may have children because of something that happened to an ex-partner. They may be responsible for those children, maybe just for a month. I also know that many people take on responsibilities for siblings and for their parents. So this is only allowing this benefit for 3 months in every 3 years. So I would like the program to continue as is, to give people who may need just a short bit of help or a short break from not having enough food to continue. I appreciate the effort to try to provide training, but I think people can judge for themselves whether it would be helpful. I'm glad it's being provided as a voluntary opportunity now.
Senator from Johnson, do you care to opine?
I just wanted to say that even though we think of dependents as children, also a dependent is typically somebody that is on your tax return. That could be an adult child that can end up being a dependent because you are responsible for their full care. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple reminders from when we heard this bill previously. There have been some adjustments, but still the heart of it, as far as what is going on with the bill, essentially it isn't necessary. There's already a very thorough process in place regarding food assistance, including a very lengthy, I believe 16-page form that has to be completed by the person applying. This bill was brought forward by Opportunity Solutions with only one supporter from out of state. This is an example of outside interest very much at work in Kansas. And really, as you look at the way the bill stands now, the only agency or people that seem to benefit from what is in this bill at this point appears to be DCF, which would need to hire more employees. So I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson. Do you care to respond?
No, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other questions, we now move to, we'll hold for final action. We'll now move to the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, on Senate Bill 62.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 62.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Please explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will do that. Senate Bill 62 is a combination of two bills that the Senate has had crossed this floor before. One of them has to do with our Kansas Children's Vision Health and School Readiness Commission, and the other has to do with our Kansas Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And so what this bill does is we'll start with the Kansas Vision Health and School Readiness. It is going to allow our school children in not only our public but our private schools be tested at regular intervals. What's happened in our status quo is whenever a school nurse or the volunteers come to do vision testing, it may be one particular grade one year, a different grade another year, and what we have found is we continue to have children that never have that simple vision test. And though it seems very simple, it's just a bunch of numbers and letters, what we have learned, at least from our optometrists and ophthalmologists, is there's a whole lot more to administering the test. How do you administer the test without revealing the answer before the child shares the answer? How do you get an accurate testing as to whether they're nearsighted, farsighted, or have perhaps astigmatism or other vision issues? Earlier this session, the Senate Education Committee had a hearing with for funding for the Kansas School for the Blind. And one of the things that we learned is they are serving more than 800 children, but they know there are twice as many that are not receiving services. So with regard to the Readiness Commission, they will oversee the revision to the state vision screening requirements and guidelines. They will make sure that standardized vision screening referral letters are sent out to parents for children that are identified as having vision problems, and they will connect them with the individuals in case they are needing free or reduced rate services. With regard to the Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, what this bill will do is it amends the responsibilities for that commission, including being able to provide best practices for language acquisition development among the deaf and hard of hearing population. The executive director and will be responsible for making sure that appropriate credentials are not only made for those that have been properly trained with regard to being able to interpret in a legal setting. That would include courtrooms, with law enforcement, a hospital setting. It also makes certain that individuals that want to volunteer for their church, for a club, for an organization, for a neighbor, for a friend, they can continue to do that volunteer work. But if it is a legal setting, then we need to have individuals that have been certified as interpreters. So it's not just knowing ASL, but having those credentials. Mr. Chair, I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions? The chair recognizes Senator Barton. Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. What locations in Kansas or what universities or where can you get certified to be an ASL interpreter?
Senator from Miami, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are several institutions of higher ed that include ASL training and interpreter training. So those are two different things. If you take ASL courses, that's ASL 1 through 4, that would be the same as taking French 1 through 4. But interpreter training goes beyond just being able to speak, if you will, the language. Interpreter training requires you to be able to be hearing and understanding what's being said and then transmit that to another individual. It also includes being able to observe someone that is signing to you and then sharing verbally to someone that is listening what exactly is being said. Institutions that I know that are providing this particular training, I believe all of our universities as well as many of our community colleges provide ASL as courses, but interpreter training, there is a partnership between Johnson County Community College and the University of Kansas there at the center in Overland Park. It's my understanding that interpreter training is also at Wichita State. I'm not familiar with all of the other Regents institutions as to whether they have full interpreter training programs.
Chair recognizes Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That partially answers my question, and I want to thank the carrier of this bill for that explanation, but it doesn't quite give me the answer I'm looking for. I'm concerned about our rural counties in western Kansas and where an individual might be easily able to get certified. Say that person has been using American Sign Language for decades and that they have assisted friends, family, or other community members in translating in those hospital settings or court settings. Now, those individuals would not be able to do so and get paid for it without certification. Is that correct?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is my understanding that someone that is paid to provide interpreter services, such as in a courtroom, would have to have credentials. So they would have to have that type of documentation. As far as where people go to get credentialed, there's There is credentialing through the state. There's also credentialing that could be done out of state. It's my understanding, and I'm having to recall, because I don't have those notes with me. I came right from conference committee. It's my understanding that that credentialing includes not only where they are listening to something that's being said, but they are being video recorded to the sign language and vice versa. And that goes to an agency that then assesses or grades it. And that is done at the state level as well as the national level.
Chair recognizes Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do you know the time frame that it takes in order to get certified, or how many credit hours or what courses exactly?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have that before me. The credentialing isn't dependent on a degree, so you can earn a degree. There is an interpreter program, again, like I said, at the Edwards campus for the University of Kansas, and you can earn a degree. You still have to have the testing, but likewise, you don't have to have the degree to be tested to be certified.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one last question. Do we require certification to be an interpreter for any other language in a court setting or hospital setting or whatever?
Chair recognizes Senator from Senator Miami, Senator Baumgartner, excuse me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I recall, last year when we were discussing this, we did look up, and the individual that would interpret, let's say, in a courtroom setting for a different language, they are required to have the court-determined expertise in that language.
Chair recognizes Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concerns with this bill really have not been alleviated by this. I worry that we're just creating more government red tape that hinders people with true disabilities from accessing the services they so desperately need. And since when did we start certifying speaking English or any other language for that matter? Sorry, I stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments of the good senator. I think, to be clear, we do require credentialing. We require credentialing for a teacher to be teaching Spanish, to be teaching Latin, to be teaching the English course in our middle schools, our high schools, throughout our education system. We require people to be credentialed to serve as CNAs in our nursing homes. Credentialing is a part of what we do to assure that the individual has attained a certain level of education and a certain skill level. What I can say with regard to the concerns that were shared by the senator is that when we are talking about access, one of the, I'll say this is a lemonade moment out of the lemon that came to us with COVID. Because we have had last year as well as this year, individuals that are deaf or hard of hearing that have testified in the Education Committee, in other committees. And they've been able to do that because of the interpreters that are available via Zoom. So we've had an interpreter that can sign what we are saying to the individual that's testifying, as well as a separate interpreter that can speak aloud to what the individual that's providing testimony to us so that we know what they are wanting to communicate to us. And that is all you need is that computer and that Zoom link or that, what is it that we use, WebEx link. There are a number of different ways we can even do it with FaceTime on the phone. And so what we have learned in telemedicine and virtual education, as well as our own Senate hearings, is that we can have access for individuals with all kinds of different conditions, such as being deaf or hard of hearing, and we make that available right there on the screen.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We now turn to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, on House Bill 2476.
$24.76 is the annual license plate bill. It includes the contents of course, 2476 that passed the Senate 39-0. 2483, which adds the City of Hutchinson license plate, which passed the House 105-16. And 2633, which adds the Daughters of the American Revolution 108-13. It also has two other provisions. It allows veterans to use proof of, clarifies what documents they can use as proof of veteran status to receive their license plates. It would add driver's license with the term veteran on it, the DDT 214 or DD Form 2. It also has a provision in it, 2504, which passed the House 122-0, which would allow veterans to get the handicap symbol on the veteran's plate so they can use the privileges. They have to meet all the same requirements of a normal handicap plate. With that, Mr. Chair, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2476.
You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We now turn to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, on House Bill 2478.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2478, which passed the Senate 38-0, also has Senate Bill 313, which passed the Senate 40-0, and Senate Bill 446, which passed 40-0 with one slight modification. These are all the highway naming bills. Senate Bill 446 requested 3 bridges be named the Veterans Memorial Bridge. We dropped that down to 2, an eastbound and westbound one on Highway 66 down in Baxter Springs. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2478.
You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We now call in the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, on House Bill 2595.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2595 passed here 39-0. It was allowing titling of vehicles where you didn't have a title. You're using a bill of sale, a certificate of application for a new title, and a Highway Patrol VIN inspection. We clarified that they have to have the VIN inspection. The House asked us to move that up to 1960. The Senate had looked at that and said, let's take it back 50 years. In conference, we changed it to taking it back 60 years on a rolling process, so we won't have to update it. With that, Mr. Chair, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2595.
You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the motion to concur on House Sub for Senate Bill 28 and the Conference Committee reports on Senate Bill 62, Sub-Senate Bill for House Bill 2448, House Bill 2476, House Bill 2478, and House Bill 2595. The clerk will read the titles.
House substitute for Senate Bill 28, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 62, an act concerning schools. Senate substitute for House Bill 2448, an act concerning public assistance. House Bill 2476, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2478, an act concerning roads and highways. House Bill 2595, an act concerning motor vehicles.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Aye. Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? And what we're going to do, this is conference committee season, so we're going to hold the rolls open a little bit so those folks that are in conference committee can return to vote. In the meantime, does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Please stand at ease. Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no on House Bill, or Senate Bill 62, aye on the remainder.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I vote aye.
Are there any other votes? Seeing none, is there an explanation of vote? Seeing none, is any change of vote? The clerk will close the roll. "39 having voted in favor and 0 against Senate Bill 28, House Bill 2476, House Bill 2478, House Bill 2595, 34 having voted in favor and 5 against Senate Bill 62, and 28 having voted in favor and 11 opposed to House Bill 2448. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 7 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate is recessed.
Senate will come to order. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 563. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on H-Sub for Senate Bill 84 and has appointed Representatives Barker, Arnberger, and Ruiz L. as conferees on the part of the House.
On a motion to accede, Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the House request for a conference committee on House Bill 2237.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. As conferees on part of the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido. This time I'm appointing Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to replace the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley, as a Senate conferee on HB 2138. We're going to stand at ease just for a second. Essentially unique here, where we were, the maps are the only thing we need to take up. We have voted on the Board of Education, we voted on the one. The only new thing is the houses map, which we normally don't opine on. So without objection, we will move, I will get scripted up and we will move right into carrying of the maps. But if there's objection, we will then want to go to caucus on the maps. We will do that. Does any senator object to moving forward with the carrying of the maps? Then we will just stand at ease for a second. We will rescript and get ready to go. Alley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 3F to consider substitute for Senate Bill 563.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator McPherson, Senator Wilburn on sub for Senate Bill 563.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 563.
Could you briefly explain the report?
Yes, Mr. President. As you know, the Senate Redistricting Committee, the House Redistricting Committee went through 14 town hall meetings all summer, plus some other hearings through WebEx, and we've came up and passed the Senate version of the Senate maps in this body 28-8. The House passed their maps 112-9. They combined the Senate and House maps, and it passed 112-9. The school board passed this Senate body 31-8. There is not any reason to get into a lengthy discussion. We all know that the Senate district is 73,447. House districts are 23,503. The Board of Education districts are 293,788, all within a very narrow deviation. We also know that there is, by law, the Board of Education districts comprised of four Senate districts. And again, the numbers that I just told you passed each body by wide margins. And I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for the Senator from McPherson? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am excited about some aspects of this map. Baser is a great little community I'm looking forward to representing. I am a little disappointed in the House map when it comes to Leavenworth. I don't feel like there was a good minority party advocate to look at that. They've sliced it into 3 different districts when it should be represented as a whole entity. But with that, I feel I will be supporting this map. But I am disappointed in the House and what they've done with my home city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that on the State Board of Education's map, we've taken the smallest county in the state of Kansas, Wyandotte County, and spread it out between 3 State Board of Education positions. I see no positive in that type of splitting, and I think that when we talk about, the State Board of Education and quality representation, there were several other ways to approach that situation, and it has not been the case in the last 10 years, and we haven't grown that much in the state. So I find that map very concerning, particularly for my county, but it also impacts others as well. But my county specifically, the smallest county in the state, divided between 3 State Board of Education positions. I will not be supporting this map.
Any further questions, comment for Senator McPherson? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The Conference Committee report on sub for Senate Bill 563. The clerk will read the title.
Substitute for Senate Bill 563, an act concerning reapportionment.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longvine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Heck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
We're waiting on a couple of our members.
We'll take explanation if we need and changes until we understand where our conferees are. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Just trying to reach another senator that didn't know things was going to go so quickly.
We'll hold this open for a little bit and see. Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask respectfully that we hold the roll open until the conference committee folks can arrive to vote. Thank you.
We will continue to do that. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to submit an explanation for my no vote.
Would you like to orate on it or just going to submit later?
I'm sorry, I'd like to put it spread across the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
We know 3 of the 4 missing are conferees on a committee, so they'll be down shortly. Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Aye.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Aye.
So we have 2 senators, one is potential, oh, well, here we go, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. So ordered. I have 1 senator that we think is maybe 20 minutes out, and that's, so here's the deal. This is the last thing we're doing, so we will not normally during final action required to stay in your seats. This is the, once this vote is cast, we will close the roll, tally the vote, and move on. So for those, we're going to suspend the necessity for you to remain in your seat while we wait for the final senator, and we'll hold the roll versus a call of the Senate until they get here and have to shut the doors and stay in your seat. So, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we going to make announcements for caucus meetings? If so,
I think we'll allow that. We'll do, while we're waiting on the vote, this is unusual, but we will do announcements during the final. So are there announcements? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Tax Conference Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. in room 218.
Are there any other announcements? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Education and House Education Conference Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 9.
We will remain open for announcements, explanations of votes, changes of votes until the arrival of the final senator we are expecting. Brown, Senator Pyle. Okay. Senator from Brown votes passed to no. So ordered. And again, those that have cast their final action vote, you're free to go if you choose. Well, that was quick. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye, and I appreciate the patience and grace this year as I nurse baby. Thank you.
We moved faster than we anticipated, thanks to the graciousness of the caucus. So any other changes, explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twenty-nine having voted in favor and 11 opposed the passage of SB 563. This measure, having reached its constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. At this time, I'm appointing Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to replace Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to replace Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, to replace Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, on Senate conferees on SB 160. Any final announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 31st, 2022.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's adjourned.